I just had a small internet connection timeout. I don't know why. Happened yesterday, I think, or the day before too. It's a little bit annoying. It's not something that I can do something about. If I tell the provider, internet provider, he will probably just say that's some kind of internal thing, routing issue. So nothing that I can do. Just a little bit annoying, but yeah, took a small break just by just sitting on my bed. Yeah, nothing, not even with a phone or something. Just lay down on the bed. Yeah, it's like my small break. I like to think that it helps processing events a little bit, just to lay down without anything. Maybe the cat will follow me and just process after a lot of work. Yeah. So I think if you do this every 10 minutes and then you're doing it, but if you do it 1 or 2 times a day for 5 minutes, yeah, it's not going to be an issue. I actually think this is very good for the can also help you with motivation. It helps me with motivation to just lay down in my bed and don't do anything. I can actually when I'm full of energy and I can't concentrate, this is because sometimes I just have too much energy. Yeah, and then I can't concentrate. I go to my bed, just lay down. You have to think I'm doing this like water while I'm just laying down and process events. When I'm there and I'm like, okay, I want to do something, then I focus on what I want to do. Also helps me when I procrastinate too much to stop what I'm doing, get into bed, do nothing is super boring, and then I'm getting excited about what I want to actually do. Yeah, and I think a lot of people nowadays don't seem to be excited about what they want to do. Yeah, actually, I've the problem. I'm super excited about what I'm doing. What I'm not excited about is the commercial success, economic success. That's what I'm missing. Yeah, so having money and having something meaningful in my life, that's for me the balance that I have to find. But in my case, it's actually pretty bad in just getting money. Having to get going, no matter what people tell me, I have to get going, and then follow my plan. Yeah, and my plan is straightforward: make assets, stop the moment where I'm finished with the brush assets. Yeah, I really would like to do as many as I can. It would be nice if I would put more time into coding. And that's another thing is for me is getting into bed before 12 o'clock again. Not doing that. I'm trying to fix my sleep really hard, and I can't sleep many nights. I have problems sleeping. So this is something that I really try hard to fix. Probably should read something about that. Yeah. Yeah, that's important. Super important. Okay. Then cramping hours into my assets to make money. And that sounds so easy, but it's really tough. and hard work. Let's get going. Thankfully, but today I want to at least get finished with the base set, and I will get finished with base set. And currently I'm at this task. Yeah, have checked for warnings. Check the comments. No, I'm at this task. Check for comments. I'm reading every comment. I'm nearly through. After that, I still have to go through every tooltip one time. Going over here. And that should do it. I have to look if there are to-dos, and then custom
beauty of music is that it stands still, timeless. The same stories accompany us as did our ancestors, as will our descendants. Each generation, with its own sonatas, symphonies, standards, breakbeats. These are the structure from which our stories are told. But while the forms may change, there's one constant, one thing which always stays the same. Groups of notes and rhythms, sounds and silences, the same stories, reaching out to one another through time. Music has power. Its legacy lasts. The beauty of music is that it stands still, timeless. The same stories accompany us as did our ancestors, as will our descendants. Each generation, with its own sonatas, symphonies, standards, breakbeats. These are the structure from which our stories are told. But while the forms may change, there's one constant, one thing which always stays the same. Groups of notes and rhythms, sounds and silences, the same stories, reaching out to one another through time. Music has power. Its legacy lasts. of music is that it stands still, timeless. The same stories accompany us as did our ancestors, as will our descendants. Each generation, with its own sonatas, symphonies, standards, breakbeats. These are the structure from which our stories are told. But while the forms may change, there's one constant, one thing which always stays the same. Groups of notes and rhythms, sounds and silences, the same stories, reaching out to one another through time. Music has power. Its legacy lasts.
Well, hello there. How are you, man?
Why, hello there. Hey, I'm doing fine. Trying to finish a project, but I wanted to be able to finish today, at least with the base. But it looks like it will take still some time. Just trying to rot out the last possible tests, like when I just randomly delete stuff in my asset. Yeah, but it's really cool, at least in what the asset will be able to do. And if I keep going, I might be able to have a really good starting point for tomorrow to finish. I'm still trying, I'm still hoping that I can finish today, but it's going to be rough, and time flies by. Yeah. How are you doing, Rogue Devil 20?
Ooh, looks good TBH. I am doing quite fine. I am currently working on a game jam game made by Danny.
Oh, how much time do you have? And game jam made by Dan. Game made by Danny? What kind of game jam is that? So try to attend game jams this year, but the game jam that is close to me, that was actually not happening because they were busy in reconstructing.
Game jam made by Danny. Sorry, the theme of the game jam is attraction.
Let me look that up. Maybe I can find something. Is it one of those?
So I hit up my friend.
Danny Dev 2025
so-
Game Jam.
Let me look that up. I see. There's something that I can find. I think I'm on the right track. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. So they're
Yeah, laughing face.
their theme is okay. Currently, IU is not responding in time. I don't know what's up. Yeah, but okay, it's a game jam. We know what it is, and it's attraction. What are you trying to do? What is your ID? And what are you doing in the team? Are you doing the art, the coding, or putting the stuff into the world?
I am the lonely dev on my own game, just to challenge myself, and I am trying to create an game where you go through levels as a magnet, using the magnetic attraction to roam around the map. You can then push or pull the magnet, with some parts not being accessible if you rotate the player in the wrong way, so you have to rotate to incorrect way, like within plus side, cannot be mixed within plus side, it needs to be mixed within minus side. That's what I am currently making. Man, what a mouthful.
You you have to rotate the player with the magnet. No. You are a magnet and you rotate, okay? Okay, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it also fits the game jam theme. Like you would have something plus and minus. It's not too complicated. It's really interesting as an idea. Like, yeah, you guys come always up with such good ideas for game jams. Where I'm like, okay, I think I really need to practice game jam one day, because I really would be scared to make a game in such a short amount of time. How did you start? Yeah? How did you start your first game jam? Like, I'm really advanced in in programming, but I'm super scared to attend a game jam. I will attend game jams for the first time at the start of the next year, and I have no idea how I should what I should prepare.
My first game jam was an game jam created by my college, and joined just so I could become better. I just did it, and it was so fun, all the way to the point where I accidentally made an Steam game out of my game jam games.
Oh. Did the Steam game sell? So I have one Steam game, and I just get super random sells sometimes, so it doesn't really sell at all. Yeah, but if you have game jams by your college, you have a really good entry point. That's really good. Yeah, that's something that I didn't have.
It sold not too much, like around 42, but I don't really mind. It was more likely to be an experiment.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I got just, I think that was a mosquito. Yeah, it's cool. 42, yeah, it's not much in terms of you cannot live from that. Yeah, like I don't know how much you make per game, but probably if it's a game you're not selling it for more than $10. So yeah, it sounds good on paper. Yeah, yeah, really cool. Yeah, I think it's also really cool to have a game on Steam, and then you see the whole pipeline. And I think it's really getting your game on Steam is a little bit of a hassle, just to write all this stuff and provide all the screenshots, but it's still a joke in comparison to making a game. Yeah. I mean, what do you think? Did you have any problems with getting your game on Steam? Did you make your own company for that, or can you just say you're the owner as a person for evaluating taxes?
Yeah, it was quite hard to get my game onto Steam, like having to show everything, like my paperworks, everything, if I had an company or not, which I don't, and I literally had to use an passport, plus I am not from the US, making it even harder, but I got there eventually, even if I is straight up scared that I was scammed out of my money XD.
Yeah, I think they had this they have this tax where you have to pay $100 just to get onto Steam, and I think that really is bad for us as developers. But on the flip side, that makes it harder for random people to spam on the Steam Asset Store, because that's just too expensive to be able to spam games on there. So it provides some kind of quality. They had their own system, which was the green card system before that, so you didn't have to pay, but you could pass the green card system with bad games, and it was kind of a taste thing. What is a good game? What is a bad game? So in the end, they stopped that whole thing because it was just a pipeline of people having to test your game, and it would take for too long. Yeah. I'm also not from the US, which you can probably hear by my accent. I'm from Germany, and made an own company for that, but it's only a paper company that doesn't do a lot. Yeah. That is. I was really scared about making our own company and having to do all the paperwork for that. That was actually the easy part. Yeah, the hardest part is was for me to go on Steam, and it's just provide this screenshot in different aspect ratios, provide an icon for a workshop which you will probably never use or something, and it's cool to see what kind of things can go into a game. Like, I was like, wow, yeah, if I could customize, give the user the option to customize the game or have workshop items, that would be really cool. But that is so much work. Yeah, it's really interesting there, in my opinion. So are you making your game engine in time? Are you just, you have to Are you just taking the sprite work and all that stuff, and so that you have something that you can easily easily access and don't have to make? Also with the code that you probably use a lot of assets to have a good starting point, because it's something like NavMesh, yeah, to navigate. I think that saves a lot of work, for example.
Yeah, it really takes a lot of work. Like at the time, I couldn't use like Photoshop anymore, so what I had to do was use Paint just to create everything, like the art banner, the logo, everything, well except for the screenshots and trailer.
Yeah.
Currently right now I am using a sprite.
A sprite. Yeah, I have I pay for the Adobe Cloud Suite every month, but to be honest, just privacy is interesting. Or you can also use GIMP if you hate yourself. Let's look into Asprite. What is that? Asprite? Is that the correct name? Ah. Okay, yeah, that looks like a developer tool. Oh, it's in old school graphics.
I remember having an pirated version upon my previous laptop, but the lid of my previous laptop is just totally wrecked, so I don't have the cracked version.
Yeah, I mean, there's it's really hard. You should try to get the cracked version, because I know when I had another PC years ago, I tried to get the pirated version. Just for that, you probably have to work with a virtual machine, because 90% of what you find there in cracked Adobe Photoshop, it's often not cracks but viruses, or yeah, cracked Photoshop. Cracked version of Photoshop, yay! Let's just
If
get
I
it.
can remember, there's an Photoshop for within the browser, which is free. I don't remember the name of it anymore, but it was useful.
Okay, yeah, but there's always some way to get it. Or you say you're a student. Sometimes it works for things like JetBrains. I have to pay for everything. I'm an idiot. I pay way too much money. I'm like, hey, I have to work hard and pay hard. But that can't be for everybody. It's like, I know when I was a student, I just didn't have the money, and like, I paid so much for subscriptions. It's some kind of selection, yeah, where I say the rich get richer because they don't have to worry about that stuff, yeah. And I'm one of those people who then just always feels guilty and tries.
My college provided me
a
a professional version for free. I don't have it anymore and I miss it every day.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, that's all. My university also provided me with Windows back then, so I think that's something that is good to get. But I think now in the United States they will probably disagree. I think the European Union should probably try to get a free operating system with its own open source tools, yeah, an open source tool ecosystem, but that won't happen for the next 10 years. I think they don't know what that even is. And the first version of that would be horrible.
Wait, there's an yearly paid thing for Windows?
No, but you still have to pay for the license. Not yet. You don't have to pay yet. Yeah, you go inside there, and they want to sell you their cloud system and everything. Like back then when Windows, they were proudly selling you the license for Windows, and they make a lot of money with that. But now they want to sell you their drive. I don't pay for any drive. Yeah, this drive. For this drive, they want you to pay stuff. They want you to pay for other stuff. I don't know, even or more. Yeah. Like, I think for the Word, for the Microsoft Office suite, I don't know if I have to pay yearly for that. I
But
just
they
lost
don't
trust.
have money already.
Or then, I don't mind I don't mind pay for the operating system, because there's real developers that have to do some work, yeah. But I don't see the value, the money put to good value there. Like, if you look at Word, there hasn't been a lot of changes in the last 20 years. Yeah, the same goes for Adobe. Yeah, if you look at Photoshop, let's not look at it right now. But if you look at Photoshop 40 years ago, Photoshop 40 years ago, yeah. You can even recognize it now. That's a little bit of, but that's 30 years ago, yeah. So that would be nice to give out one program, and back then it was a revolutionary program, and the math inside of Photoshop, what they do with vector graphics, vector metrics, is complicated. But now I have to allow that. Fuck, Photoshop is old. yes, you're right. Yeah, Photoshop is really old. Yeah. Let's look. Photoshop release date. Yeah, 1990. So 35 years now. Yeah. I think same goes for Excel. Oh, that is actually 40 years old. Yeah. Excel is 40 years old. Now you have to say they made a complete new version for Windows 1995, and they up to the 2000s they still changed a lot, but it's still the same program in its core, yeah. And if you imagine today that that you release a program and it makes you millions, maybe even it does get you billions. Photoshop and Excel make billions. Let's be real here. That's something where you say, yeah, that's probably not justified, yeah. It's a little bit, that's just virtual, yeah. Because then there goes a lot of things, right? But that's not just the program, that's marketing, the monopoly on the market, for both, in both cases, Photoshop has a monopoly on the market just because, yeah, what is there? GIMP. Yeah, I would like to use GIMP, but GIMP messed up with their UI. Acebyte, I don't know what Acebyte is, but looks cool, but I don't do pixel art, for example, yeah. Probably can do something else in that, yeah. But I think it's really hard today to come up with a new idea and make money.
With a sprite, you just can't use text, which is the only annoying thing there, so I have to use Paint for text only.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I could look into Acebyte right now, but I want to keep working on my project. And yeah, I'm still going to sit here in an hour, I guess. Yeah. Do you maybe want to see what I'm actually developing? If you're interested in that.
Sure.
Okay. Let me just clean up my references really quick. I'm doing some nonsense right now, and testing how solid the code is. Currently I'm changing the folder over here, but this is quite simple. I have to recompile though, so I'm trying to destroy my project right now. That's I'm in the testing phase, and I'm currently next to being finished. Yeah. So here in the scene, you can see that this is a brush palette. It's supposed to be this completely self-written. Yes, nothing from Unity. The whole window here. You can create this palette. Open this palette, and here you're supposed to select. Let me look if there's still bugs now. You're supposed to be able to select a brush and then draw into the scene. Currently, it doesn't draw anything. Let me try to can filter the target. We should see a preview right now. So something is odd right now. I'm trying to look into what if I just randomly destroy things that are needed. And
like in terrain brush, right?
Yeah, it's like a terrain brush. Oh, I actually see what's going on. It's just currently painting on the ground. Yeah. So here's the thing is, it's not a terrain brush. It's not a specific brush. The whole thing takes the brush system to the level where I say, okay, I don't want to care what kind of brush it is. I want to first have a system, just a very generic system for the brush, for any kind of brush. So currently this is a game object brush, and you can see that I tried to divide everything into good parts where it makes logically sense. So over here, this is the mapping. This changes nothing in the brush, but how the brush is mapped into the world. Yeah.
Ooh, that could be useful.
Yeah, actually I have a use case for that. I started to develop this for myself, and then was like, okay, I can make this an asset, and then now I'm basically throwing my life away by working on that. you can imagine, currently this is mapping itself on a plane, yeah? It just takes whatever you take here
legacy lasts.
and constructs a virtual plane on it, yeah? If I take a random object in here, drag it inside, it would create a plane on it, and if I change the object, you can see that the plane is always on the object. So this is a good 2D brush, for example, yeah. Algorithm. Yeah, for 2D, this is absolutely sufficient for 2D. Yeah, to have a plane where you can just draw on. Now you could, as a target in 2D, you're normally going to select a grid. Yeah, so you can then draw on a grid, like with a grid brush, which is actually the prototype for this asset was a grid brush. But you could also say, hey, for 3D, you want to be able to draw anywhere. So I have this option to just draw in front of the cam, yeah. And I can imagine that there's more algorithms coming up. For example, when you want to draw on a mesh, then you have to basically cast on the mesh. And I know that's very basic, but I know that programmers and people who work in game development want to write their own algorithms, because then they think of things that I don't know. They make they make their own custom grids, man. They make hexagonal grids. So this whole thing, you can just go in here and define your own mapping. Go into scripts, it should be brush to world
This
mapping.
is genius. Like seriously, it would be so much handier instead of constantly like putting prefabs by hand.
Oh, the prefab brush is something that actually exists, but the thing is, for example, you want to do specific things then, yeah? So this is just for a prefab. Now, the brush here that has the options for what kind of objects are there. Currently it's a prefab brush, but you can imagine that other people need a terrain brush that paints textures or sculpts terrain. So this is why I had to be really careful to be really flexible in the code, and makes it really challenging. And you see that the whole thing is very well documented, so that when you go in here, you can see that this class is inherited by other classes. Yeah, and then I can always see in the description very well what everything does, because it gets very complicated very soon. But if you look at the actual code, you don't have to do that much, because I'm trying to get away all the things that keep you from being productive and handle that, so you can just focus on making your brush or changing how the brush is mapped into the world. And these are the tools, yeah. And I was first like, hey, everything has a paint function, and I was like, okay, then imagine a sculpt brush that raises or lowers terrain, and I'm like, okay, that has to be completely generic. And this is how the idea of the project to help people that make their own stuff. Like, you normally would have this brush, and we just show you how you can then define the things here in the tool options. It then would define something that makes sense. For example, yeah, I define that it has a draw chance, and then I can draw into the world. And let's go a little bit further away from the cam though. Yeah. So then you have your environment and want to randomize things. You can define your own tools and just go into the brush and say, hey, I want to have my own tools assigned in here, and then it will take these tools and put them into this list. Yeah, so you can take out or take in your own tools if you define them. Yeah. Currently, there's not enough types of tools and brushes for everything to make sense. So this is why I say, hey, this is the base, and I'm trying to really hard to finish on that. Yeah. And the example over here, what I actually needed was the sprite brush, which is over here. So this is an example what you would possibly do with this brush. And here in the example, I think I don't have objects inside. Yeah, I need some objects to draw. If I put in things that have sprites, I can then draw them in. Now there's a bug, so I have to look into that later. Yeah, pretty much right now. And then this changes the color. Actually, we should have seen the color change immediately. So that's new. I actually solved this today, so I have to look into that. So I tried to make this
To add variation, which is quite neat to be honest. It would spice up the game even too.
Yeah, so you can add variation like here. I think it's working on the wrong object, because currently if you look at the folder structure, I'm just constructing reference folders here and try to break the system by constructing brushes that don't make sense. That's why it is very buggy right now. I'm trying to break the system right now and find ways to create null pointers. And I'm in the middle of that, so you have to take the bugs with a grain of salt. Yeah. Here you can, for example, randomize the scale. Yeah, but this is something that is up to the user actually. When you draw, this is the normal variations that you need when you're drawing. But if you're a developer, you probably want to have your objects, and now you want to assign a custom script and set some values every time. And you're too lazy to draw them in from the hierarchy and do that every time in the inspector. Yeah, with that makes it very, very easy to do that. Yeah, by just I'll show you the prefab, the sprite render brush. This is all the code for these objects, these options here. Yeah, so this just does some changes to the sprite renderer, and where you can then set it on another layer or whatever you'd want to do. I want to do that. That's a case that I need. Yeah, I'm really excited to put this into the Unity Asset Store. But I still have some doubts that anybody is going to see that, though, even though I'm basically attacking one of the main spaces, which is brushes. What is a lot of professional people are and using the current brushes, but yeah, it's also for the time that it takes. It won't. I won't get back that much money, I guess. But yeah, that's all the things that go inside. Yeah. So currently, it creates some references to the brushes that it has. And currently, I'm just messing around with these references. What if I create more and more? And try to find out all the bugs that can happen. And when you suddenly have null references and stuff. Now, I thought I would be able to finish today, but as I say, I'm really, really far with the development right now. So, cleaning up the null references.
But even so, you did still create something great, something that would help out people if they want to.
Yeah, I really want to put the base, this base in for free in the Unity Asset Store, and then create extensions that you could think that are very more specific. Yeah, but the base here, what you see right now, this is supposed to be for free. Yeah, but I know that it's kind of dumb because I put so much work into this. To give this out for free is kind of dumb, but I'm like, yeah, but that's a strategy. I have to stick to that. And to be worth the time, I would have to make a lot of extensions because I've been working on that for months now. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I hope that some developers really work with that. With the assets that I already have, I found out that there's actual developers that use that, and that's really cool. And when I got my first emails and reviews from people who use my assets, I was really happy with the perception of that. Yeah, makes me really happy, to be honest.
Let's hope yet. Fingers crossed, laughing face.
And what I hope for is just that it gets out there and that the people who use it, I don't know how many it is, that's just out of my control, but that those who use it have a good time. Yeah, that would be enough for me. And yeah, that would be enough. So currently I'm breaking the system by just forcing it to forget all of its because I point to a folder that does not exist, and then
that's all that matter, which is also what I value, to be honest. I just do programming because I can create something fun, tbh.
Well, we still have to make money. Yeah. So I'm currently trying to get self-employed, but I don't know if I can make it. Yeah. I thought like it's a good idea to make assets, but I wanted to be finished a long time ago. And yeah, I will never forget how it is to not have any money and have to live from nothing, basically, as a student. And so I think I'm a little bit too soft for real development. No, for real marketing. People would probably tell me to sell this for 50 euros or something. Yeah. Or dollar. It should be just justified, but I just don't see that many people buying it then. And I'm like, yeah, but what about it? What if not?
Like I even created my own asset, which helped me a lot, like the dialogue system. I created the asset when I was trying to create an horror game but failed, but I had a blast creating the dialogue system. I've learned even a lot with scriptable objects at the time.
Oh, that's so cool, yeah. And that's so cool. And like my my project. I can show you the prototype, how it started, and the prototype was really. It's really easy to show up.
I used the same dialogue system for my Steam game.
Yeah. It's cool. I also have a dialogue system, but mine is shit. I wouldn't publish mine. But I was a student when I started my dialogue system, and I will discontinue it with joy. My own. Did you publish your dialogue system as an asset?
Sadly no, but I tried, but it was denied by Unity. Sad, sad face.
You were denied. I know they review stuff, so I was not denied. I was denied with my first asset, but that was a complete bullshit asset, where I was like, I have to publish something. This by the way is the prototype for the brush. Yeah, you can see what I'm intending to do. This is very specific, and with the brush now, currently it's not set up. But with the brush, you are able to draw in this parallax effect with one stroke. This whole thing is one stroke. Like you go from here to here with the mouse, and then you just say for each layer how much offset it has to the mouse, and then it draws in multiple layers with game objects. And this is how it looks like in the preview. Currently this is preview, and in the game it looks the same. I haven't been working on the project for some time. That's why complaints about the Git system.
It does look cool, TBH.
Yeah. Thank you. It's really helpful
like
to.
It feels so alive.
Yeah, it really. And it really is a joy to paint in. Yeah, once you use that as your own system, and it's so much faster than everything that it's important. Try to put that many objects into your scene without a brush. Impossible. It's just not. You're going to the problem that I went into is first I was drawing every layer of the parallax. You can see that how many layers of parallax effect this is. Yeah, this I think it's 7 layers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layers for the foreground, and you have the same in the background. And I was going in there and paint in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layers, and then the same thing for the background. And I really started to notice that I got lazy by painting in that much stuff, because it was super repetitive and boring to paint that stuff in. So I created an option where the layers then reference their related tile maps. Currently it's broken, I think. It looks broken. I think this is because it's a top prototype. This has been added later. And then they if you paint on one thing, you can set the settings for the other layers, and then you just go in. You paint one layer, you paint all layers, and it's super cool to use that. Yeah. So that has been very helpful in my own game. Currently, the game is under development. This is the game that I published, but I'm not happy with the quality, and probably will not publish this ever in a good quality. But I'm just hoping that I can get the quality to a degree where I think, okay, now I have something that I can say, okay, that matches my expectation of a good game. Yeah.
For the dialogue system, I've altered it a tiny bit, just so it could use localization.
Oh. Custom localization?
Which I used on my Steam game.
Or custom localization or Unity localization. They have their own localization system. Which you probably know.
The Unity one.
The Unity one, yeah. Yeah, I actually haven't worked with that so far. So I've had people work with that when I was in a team, but I just didn't do it myself. I was like, yeah, that's localization and fields. Give it good names. You do that. Go, guys. Localization, yeah. And in my own game, it's like there's in every dialogue there's just another field for English. There's one field for German and one for English. Back then I didn't know what I don't know if they had localization even, and I just wrote it by myself. It's a really crappy system. It works, but it's absolutely the whole system is absolute bullshit in terms of programming quality. I think it's fun though to make really crappy stuff work in a big scale. That sounds like something that a noob would say, but sometimes miss going in here, just putting some random thing in here and just make it move and do something with really easy code. Yeah. And nowadays I saw was reference, null reference errors when you put in an asset. Where I'm like, okay, that's something. If I would tell my kids that if I would have kids, they would probably just walk away or kill themselves before they have to listen to more of that bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite fun to work on it, TBH.
But what, did you get a reason why you were rejected by the Unity team? I know they review this stuff and they have some open criteria on what they select and what not. And my last my last assets have just been taken in. And no problem at all. But I know that the asset before that, it was a really crappy asset back then. I knew that, and they immediately knew that.
I can look into it. I can't remember it clearly. I think I still have the mail.
Oh, okay. But they were like, okay, that looks like amateur work. Let's reject that guy. That was back then, yeah. But with something on that quality that I have right here, you're just getting a notice like, okay, it's review done, you can put it into the asset store. That's all you get when you have a really good quality. That's what I'm expecting right now. After I've put in my first asset. That's probably a guy who's going to take your asset, put it in a scene, and try it out, yeah, and then writes a report or something. Currently, I have to look a little bit into my testing scheme. I don't really know what I want to do here. What I'm doing is I delete my internal references, which is something that, of course, is something you shouldn't do. You shouldn't just delete your references. These are script references used for the things that you can use here. And I'm just looking how the system reacts. Yeah? Now it constructs new ones immediately because it sees like, okay, we have this brush, and then it sees like, okay, this brush can be used in here, but it doesn't have a reference, and constructs them. But this is something that I wouldn't even say that a user would do that. But yeah, but what I wanted to try out is, can I find something through all the references that are missing now?
Found it.
That I can
They
fix.
told me, this package is too simple for our current standards.
Hmm.
Please spend more time researching the current game market, polishing and tweaking your package to a high degree of quality, and expanding its contents to reach a broader audience.
Oh, that's very generic. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, I can understand that you didn't continue your work then. Yeah. So I got something similar with my first asset. Yeah. but I knew that wouldn't fly. With the dialogue system, yeah, I don't know. I thought the standard wouldn't be that high though, because that's pretty much just code. I could look into existing dialogue system and compare them, but I don't have the comparison. Yeah. Currently, I think I have the reference on to my asset store, just on my Twitch account, so I can try that out. That's still working though. But just look at my page. It's supposed to be. Oh no, it's not here. Damn. Should put in my asset store link. Really not put it in here? What the fuck? No. Okay. Asset store. I have to be careful though. Cannot just show anything. But I can show you my own page, what it looks like. Yeah. Like this is the only asset that I sell. Yeah. And there's 3 assets inside of here, and this one is my main asset where I say this is a really good asset. And this one, with this one, you can make a parallax background. That's all it does. And you can see that you have a lot of options for the parallax background there, which justifies making this into an asset. But it has been a lot of work, to be honest, to make this. Yeah. And this did get reviewed, and they just said yes, basically. And but it's not that special as an asset. Yeah, it's not that I have something that is this big brain
results are stunning.
breaking. Thank you. Yeah, but with the dialogue system, if that's really good, what can also be stunning. Yeah? Now it depends a little bit on how flexible your system is. When I do something for myself, as I said, my localization system is absolute bullshit. It's just a string field where you put in the text in German, and then you have another string field in English. Yeah, so it's really fun to use and cheesy. I think I made this back in 2018 or something, where I'm not even sure if they had a localization system. Probably had, but I didn't use it, or I didn't know about that. There's a lot of things that you just learn by developing. Like code quality, I'm currently the last half year I've just been working on code quality and improving my own coding standard, and that has been quite some times, and I had a lot of breakthroughs.
I made the dialogue system work with the Unity event system, so you can call it with the right scriptable object, but then you would have to set the dialogue system on active. You could add even when the dialogue is typing. It would have an sound effect, like it's typing the dialogue, and you could show who is talking, like give the name. I tried by putting in portrait, like in most RPGs do, but that didn't work for now.
Oh, okay. I would have to try that out to evaluate, like, and then you always have to the hard thing, depending on how far you get, is you have to always think of two guys. The one guy who puts it into his empty project and it just has to work, and you don't want to do a lot of settings. There's something I know some programmers who expect the users to do too much and don't provide the documentation because they are too lazy for that. And the second thing is, if you have something existing, an existing project with I don't know, your own animation, would that fit in? Would the things that people currently use in their pipeline work with your asset? Yeah, and that's something that really is a little bit selective, because it tends to select out the people who are just getting started. Yeah, and I think that's kind of sad. I think it would be, in your case, it would have been nicer to provide you.
I forgot to even create documentation XD.
Oh, you have to put in documentation. They say you have to put in documentation. It doesn't have to be good, but it's always provide documentation. Like if you look at Unity, how their documentation is, Unity transform documentation. Yeah, you have to imagine having this kind of documentation for everything, but this is really good documentation that you can use. Yeah, with then a short description and then the example. This is the cherry on top, where I say this is why what I loved about Unity. Nowadays I don't. No, even nowadays I love that they put in an example. It saves you so much time by seeing, okay, this is how you use the thing. Because I'm one of those guys who
I was never great with documentation, like I have in reason why I went to in second college, just to get that straightened out, and now I am working with Unity and Monogame.
Yeah, but you have to think of yourself. You have to think of yourself how it is when you don't have documentation, how hard it is. Yeah, and then you can imagine yourself in the position where you don't have documentation and work with something. Yeah. And then you have also to find a way to justify documentation. Like this here, this is all completely over the top. Yeah, this is only if you give it out to people and want to overdo it. The asset that I just showed you doesn't have that. Can show you the code for the asset that has, and it has been in the Unity asset store. It's also for free, so let There's no problem in showing that. So this is the asset, and you can see that it actually just has 3 classes, and there's not much more. Yeah, and this is how the classes are documented over here. Yeah, and the only thing that I provide is everything in the manager over here. Everything has a tooltip. Yeah, you go over this and you have a tooltip. Like, you have to think of people like artists. They don't know what code is. They cannot go and read your code, and then you can provide them at least with a tooltip. Like, you go over everything and it's tooltip. Yeah, and this is the kind of stuff that I think is giving them value. And the second thing is, how fast can you speed up their production line? Yeah. But if you look at the code here, because I have tooltips over here, I don't need to document them any further. The tooltips are the documentation. Yeah. What you could do is document the methods that I use, but those methods are pretty basic. Yeah. But Unity was happy with that. Yeah. So the documentation is not that hard. I would just, for every field in the inspector, just give a tooltip. It's super easy. Yeah. And simple. And lines of code, this is 300. Oh, this is 500. This is a little bit big. Yeah, but I think that's it. And there's an inspector class. Oh, it's 5 classes. I think that's all the classes that are in the... Oh, there's a bigger inspector class. But the inspector class is just the representation. This class is for this inspector. And... I think one of these 2 scripts has a custom inspector. I think it's this one, and that's it. Yeah, don't have anything else in here. And the thing is,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to work right now with first years again within my second college, so I have to explain in detail on how it works and why it does it the way it does.
Yeah, and you could maybe in a few years you will come back to your own projects also, and then you will have to remember everything that you have learned now and done now. And if you have a field where it has a cryptic name, or you don't get it what the field does, and you don't find anything what it does, even if you've written it by yourself, sometimes you're completely puzzled, and it saves you in the end. It saves you a lot of time to specify what something does. Now, in a perfect strategic way, you would go in and first make the tooltip and define what everything does. So when we would first start with a little bit of documentation, I would just do it on a strategic level, not on the details. If you try to sort your thoughts first and try to document that, then you can start with a little bit of documentation. Change the wording later. The exact wording doesn't matter. Yeah. Now I have to say I'm actually a visual guy. I hate reading. I normally, that's also why I say the Unity documentation is so nice. I hate reading all these descriptions. I go in here and read like every object in a scene has a transform. It's used to store and manipulate the position, rotation, and scale of the object. What object? What? Then I just when I really try to read hard, and then it goes in here and says something about the hierarchy pane. What's the hierarchy pane? I don't know what the hierarchy pane is. this the hierarchy seen there? Yeah, and that's why I'm really hard with reading these descriptions. They get into a lot of deep details, and this also supports enumerators that so you can loop through children of a transform. When I read this for the transform, I have no idea what the fuck they are talking about. And that's why I love that they give you this example where you go in first, can just say, okay, I don't care what that little bit of text that is right there. I just want to have the logic, put it in, and then you learn a little bit by using the thing and start to get what it actually does. Yeah. So I also have to say documentation is a little bit of a pain. But it is a necessary evil. So, okay, let me close that right now.
For me, I just go straight into coding. I don't think, I just do it, without even thinking, so most of my teammates have to hold me back from even doing anything. It's hard to hold back, like I can't help it. I just like to bump into things blindly.
And that's good. But you just have to try to take all that energy into in some good and constructive way that helps everybody then. And it's a lot. Unfortunately, game developers they find out after some times that the skills that you have for a normal job, like just being not lazy and interact and work hard, is not enough for a normal developer. You first you maybe think you just need to be able to code and understand logic and your internal logic. You make up your own logic, and that can be a problem when your own logic only works inside of your head. So you have to check it from other people. Other people have to get what you say and understand it as well, or else you can go into some kind of traps where you trap yourself in your own thought system, but your own thought system doesn't work. Yeah. And unfortunately, that means you also need social skills. Yeah. And developers need way more social skills than other people sometimes, because we have a very, very difficult task in explaining things to other people and very limited time to do so. Yeah, that's really, really hard. Yeah, and it took me some time to realize that until I worked in the development space, that developers, they need a lot of social skills. Yeah. It's the opposite of what you would think of normally when you say, hey, developers, they don't need to be able to do anything that is in the social area. They just need to understand logic. And for me, it's very hard. I'm somebody who thinks a lot in sound and visual and in 3D space. Yeah, so for me, it's reading is not my natural gift. Yeah, so I have to really get to a lot of pain to make all these comments. Yeah, but this is something where I get my pride. I think like, okay, I know other people expect this from me to work hard, but what gets me to do it then is that I think of people who read that and maybe want to have a kind of hint. Like, you go in here and you can do something like this: Brushforger core dot instance, and let's see if we can find a method. I don't think I find a method right now. Oh yeah, here. and this gives you a documentation right here. This is a custom message. This is what it shows when you reference it from somewhere else. Yeah. So it has a practical use behind that. So I'm not blindly just using the all these documentation code for myself, and then don't have a use for that.
That's useful.
Yeah, you can actually I wanted to show something with the parameter list. Try to get the Rocheforge. As you can also see the parameter list. Yeah. I get the current brush, yeah. And then I can go in. Unfortunately, that doesn't have a parameter list. Yeah, but you can also see. Oh, right, just like here, you can.
Which is now I am happy with my current team. Like we have roles that we are happy with.
Oh,
There's
that's cool.
one that keeps us in check and doesn't work in the wrong Git branch. One just does the main mechanics, while I just clean up the code and also do some main mechanics. One other does the game design and one other is just doing the camera/UI mechanics within Monogame.
Yeah, it's really good. That's good. Yeah. Maybe if the fields always clash a little bit at the edges, but if the core doesn't clash, if you don't have to in the end often you have to talk to people like, hey, did you change something in this scene? I have a clash in Git with my merge request, and yeah, this is going to be kind of a hassle, but I solve this with people by strictly saying only the artist, the designer, can put things in the scene, and everybody else has to ask him when they change something, because we don't want merge conflicts. And if you're as a coder, put anything inside there, change anything, it's not what you're supposed to do. Yeah. So that's how we solved that.
Anyway, I am really getting tired, like I even have to pour eye drops within my Gramps eye tonight, so I gotta go.
Yeah, was nice to meet you. Thank you for visiting, Rogue Devil. And good luck with your asset. And your team. Sounds like you're really on to something.
The beauty of music is that it stands still, timeless. The same stories accompany us as did our ancestors, as will our descendants. Each generation, with its own sonatas, symphonies, standards, breakbeats. These are the structure from which our stories are told. But while the forms may change, there's one constant, one thing which always stays the same. Groups of notes and rhythms, sounds and silences, the same stories, reaching out to one another through time. Music has power. Its legacy lasts.
Yeah, so let's go over the list for today, because we have done a lot of stuff. Let's first go to Git and push our changes. We did commit today already, so that's not that hard. But let's commit regardless. We don't like guys who don't commit. Yeah, no? Let's go for that. Let's commit what we have done. We improve tool tips and comments.